Oh.
Yeah.
Feel free what? I just saw him when I hit video. I just saw a picture of him, but it went away. Where is he? Hello, Al. Wait. Oh, meeting with Owl camera. This is the, oh, that's why, because I tried to turn on my computer off and it's still, I can still see myself. So I'm like, okay, it's the owl. What if I turn him like that? And the board, then we can see the board better. There we go. Look at that. Wait, still seeing me too.
So what did it bring up? For sound too?
Sound also, I think, yeah, it looks like it's record, yeah, it's sound also.
Now, if I were to join this link, I could see what it looks like.
Correct.
I don't remember the Wi-Fi, do you?
Oh, that's good. Huh?
Was it good?
The Wi-Fi? Jeez.
See if I can-
Okay. Wi-Fi. No, you just joined. Just go on, look for Wi-Fi and it will come up.
Yeah.
Hey, John.
Hey, Jared.
How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you? Fix my volume here.
Decided to not work anymore. So I pivoted and came home instead because I had no idea how to get there.
Oh, you tried to get here?
I was trying to, but then my SIM supposedly died, and now I'm trying to fix that. So now I'm
that
at,
sucks. All right.
yeah.
That stinks. Oh, yeah.
It's always,
It's always something, right?
I wish I could have gone to this one too, because this place is supposed to be incredible.
It's quite incredible, Jared. You'll have to get up here another time. I'm like, what the? I've never been here myself, so
Yeah.
it's something else.
Opulent, as they say.
What's that?
Is it as opulent as they say?
It is. It is. Yes.
Yeah.
And we're only in the wine cellar of the 90-acre facility, which has the farm behind it. There's
Yeah.
also there's a mansion and there's a hotel aspect, and it's a lot of acres, like they say, 90, at least 90, I guess.
I thought it was 500 or something. I'm so, why aren't they farming all of it?
It actually looks like 500. Not sure why. There's probably a lot of forest management, maybe also.
Sure.
Maybe pasture too. I didn't
Yeah,
see any
maybe.
of that, but
Yeah. All right.
trying to get where the board's going to be sitting. Let's see.
Forgot that I. Hopefully, I think it's worst, in my,
Teams are the worst.
in
Meredith,
my opinion.
Meredith said she's never done teams
Oh,
before.
really? I
Used
thought
it.
Rutgers do team.
I would think so too. I don't know what they use.
Because teams is popular, you know, and works, but the team availability to join things on my phone.
Yeah, let me see. I
Let me
think
see, I might be able to get
you
that.
might be able to. Oh, because you don't have a laptop, right?
Oh, you're right, I do have a laptop. That would be helpful. But Jared's, that's great.
Jared's in. Yep.
Can
Each-
Jared see us?
I don't know. You can see
Yeah.
us, right?
Does it look at me or no? Does this thing?
It's looking at you
Yeah.
now because you're.
It's looking at you right now.
All right, so let me pretend I'm Jess. Does it see us over here? Like,
Keep talking.
Yeah, I can see you.
Jared, can you see us at the table?
Yep. And it automatically divides the windows up between who's talking. It can hear you, and then it's pointing the camera. So I can see on the top, I can see 360, and then on the bottom, I can see individual people it identifies.
Oh, that's great. So like, we're gonna have Jasmine here and David.
Yeah, I
here,
can see.
Meredith
Yep.
here, very close.
Yep.
And then-
It got you. It got you. There's the camera at the top that gets everything. I need a little piece of, I need a little sticky so so I'm not on there. Just right there, a little sticky. Look at that. Perfect.
Maybe put a piece of paper.
What's that?
Maybe put a piece of paper or something.
Yeah, I think I might try that.
Gotta go.
Yeah, a little piece of, I have paper. I have paper. Where's my?
So John, what he's gonna do is, hook up so we can see Jared and his back there.
Oh, cool. Right. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. First.
Thanks.
The only thing what we can do is we move the laptop. So the side, the side you can go.
Until we had originally, we can go back there.
Okay, sure, yeah, just because I don't have enough length on this cable to get to there.
Got it. Yeah, and that's the cable, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so let me,
I have a power strip too, so we could do. Maybe we could do like laptop here.
Yeah.
And then Al could sit right over here.
Right there.
That makes sense.
that'd be good. Yeah.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
First.
It's actually better for the cables. And you do have a strip, perfect. I can go right into that. Thank you. Perfect, thank you. Now you can go in, right?
Yeah, I might have to actually. put
If you have
the
to move it
laptop-
somewhere, feel free.
Gotcha. Let's see if we can go this.
Hey,
Hi.
hi, Eric.
What's going on? No, the only guy. Driving to different buildings.
Quite a lot.
I like buildings. I call you. You get a new cell phone?
No, same number. I think I have one. What are you trying to call?
Oh,
Oh, yeah, that's why. I should have had it.
This is like, call the number, it said, there's an alternative, we'll look for an alternative business number, and then it puts through. Weird.
I did just get a new phone, but I don't think I'm. Who knows? Oh, that will work.
Yeah, it just might be a little challenging with this person that you have to go around. That's
okay.
okay.
It's a one, Washington tape is on.
Yeah. Is that okay? Like the phone's through.
Huh? It's a, that thing, it's got a camera at the top, it's an Apple, matches everything. You can't escape it.
But no, it's, ow,
Yes.
so good to us. 2 meetings in a row, they let us.
Yeah. Oh, good, we're able to, you got a connection for that.
Yep.
Good. Laura is here and Jared's online.
Oh, okay.
Wherever you want, sir.
Yeah, pass out, I'll jump right in.
Oh, that's a good idea, yeah, just. I will not. I don't plan. Oh, there's the screen, all right, perfect.
So did you miss me all last week?
Yes. Where are you? Where's Eric? Oh, happy birthday, I did, mine was the third
Was it third?
birthday, yeah, third.
Oh, happy birthday.
Usually in Florida, but, not for my birthday, but we went earlier this year.
I'll tell you what, more than ever, I really felt my age. I got together with friends my age. People are like, hey, man, I'm looking at.
Oh, no.
That's horrible.
Oh, no, you guys gotta eat some better food or
Oh, no.
something.
Or something, right?
No, you know, my dad went to high school in Patterson, 70, and they're young, they're just 70, but they're not even alive anymore, you know, like,
Really?
yeah, you know,
Wow.
Patterson in the 80s was really bad with heroin and everything like that, and he's been going to funerals for.
Oh my goodness.
But anyway,
Yeah, it was going
that
to
should make me feel alone.
I put my.
Don't have something to make us feel alone, I guess.
A couple of my
friends on the train early, like to get back home.
Wow. Yeah, I have a couple friends died from high school, they passed, too.
I took another.
It's crazy.
See?
Yeah.
Like, they crapped out halfway through the day. Oh, okay.
What's going on?
Sure, we'll go home now. What?
Oh, no. Yeah. Okay. Let me, that's good. That's Laura.
Laura's,
She,
hi Meredith.
you guys feel like you are in a good place? I guess I was a tech
Yeah, we're good, you helped out nicely.
right now, and, that's a public link, right? So everyone will just log in and.
Yes, yeah, they're just joining.
I haven't tested the owl.
And actually, yeah, I don't know why it's not showing right now. It was before. I didn't do anything to it. Oh, wait.
There it is.
Out there.
There it is. Oh, there it is.
Wow. Okay, let's keep longer. So let me use the ladies.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. And the recording started and everything. And I just have, anybody can enter. So I don't have to sit there and allow people in and all that. So it's recording this right now. Recording everything.
It's so windy. What?
Very windy, huh?
getting it attached or like just like putting them anywhere.
Signs.
Oh, you guys took me here.
I just stand down on the
I did
road
never
all
took me
the
to the
time.
main
There you go, Eric.
Oh, see, so we got some signs. I don't know that we.
I think we should put them right at the entrance of that parking lot so people stop and see that it's on this side of the
Yeah, that
driveway.
makes sense.
Thank you.
Eric, you want to do it? I'll put the signs up.
All right. Yeah. Okay. There's duct tape right here.
Okay, perfect. So the main list goes on.
Hey, John, it's Meredith.
Oh, hey, Meredith. Oh, here it is. I see it.
Yep,
top of the
yep,
screen.
that was easy. All right, so,
Make this larger. Oh, yeah, there we go. Looks good.
right, you're seeing just the slide, right? Not my presenter view.
What's that?
You're not seeing any of my notes or anything. You're just seeing the slide, right?
Correct. Just the slides. Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, I'll stop sharing and then be good to go.
You're ready to go then. Thank you.
Awesome.
The map in front of the yellow fever to get to me. So it's like when I started talking. So. Is it listed? So I. Like other. It's a mansion.
Didn't know where to go at first. Until I saw the sign, 90 acres. So
Yeah, it's.
that helped.
Yes. Hello, Kelly.
Throwing a bunch of
Yeah. Okay.
You know, this place is mine. Got a tour, big tour. And she talked to me and talked to me. So me, Desmond and Laura came up here about a month. And it'll blow your mind.
And so, so she's looking like to engage with better sourcing. Melinda's the floor manager for this location. She's got like, chefs. One's really fussy, one's really. But the thing is, in general, they're looking for more sourcing over. We, of course, in exchange, really want some. There is, the people that are members here, I can't tell you how many zeros are here. I mean, it's crazy money. And then this is actually a county park piece of property. That is it's a quasi agreement, but they just built the condos here. And two bedrooms is
More and more.
2 bedrooms is over $1 million.
Well, yeah, I was driving up here and I feel like people's front yards are worth more than most people's houses down by me.
Yeah, no, there's a real wealth balance here, so, we've got to get them more engaged in the local economy and, you know what I mean? So, hoping that all of you, we enhance our relationship, with this location to really get something out of it.
Is that happening there?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And then upstairs also.
That's a 2 hour drive.
Team more.
Yeah, at least. All right, I want to see that mansion, that original mansion. Nice materials.
Yeah, you've got the whole, yeah.
You don't need to do that.
Yeah.
What you want.
Oh.
I am very knowledgeable with sector of the president.
Tom, are you able to send out another reminder
From this?
of the meeting?
I got it.
Yeah, I did send it like yesterday, or maybe earlier today.
Like right now.
Yes. Like now? You mean to like the email list
Like,
or just via the meeting?
just a reminder.
It's probably too early. It's too late to do
I
it.
think people are coming, so we'll see.
Yeah, the only thing I would worry about is finding the rebuilding day. Honestly, it just seems like mine was the only GPS that's like good.
Good.
Ah.
Good.
But it's a sign of mine.
And then, let me, again, housekeeping, are we looking to see people's emails that come to this meeting?
So that's why I have signed it,
Right.
so we can let people know to.
For future meetings and all.
I am from that list, right, to the main list.
Yeah, yeah, with the announcement. Yeah, to get even, people that come
Yeah.
in the loop for the next one, the next one, and the next one.
That's how I'm doing it.
No, great, Jimmy, that's great, that's just.
Yeah, that's how I'm going, so we'll make sure we tell kids, I'm not there.
Yeah.
I even had Meredith, I have her email, I just have.
Yeah, Melinda.
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 Sorry, Meredith.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's stuff, but
I am to focus. There's this. I mean, how stop.
Yeah, I mean, we pushed out on,
Not
Facebook.
Yeah, I just think I agree with you. I think it's just trying to find a building.
Yeah, it could be, I mean, it's kind of.
Yeah. Like if we do with the like shells relocation, we just put a map. The map.
Yeah,
This is the building.
it might be,
Keep on going up the hill.
Yeah, I lucked out, I said 98 or something, so that must be it. So
Next time you're gonna put out the streets.
So yeah, that's gonna help.
Yeah, very good job. So it looks like you're doing some real estate.
Trying.
You got your first questions.
Oh,
Yeah.
I am.
GFIs, I'm like, come on.
My wife is free.
Oh.
And she's like,
Where you moving to?
She's watching this video. I gotta try to vent something.
Really?
Try to do.
They trying to move out of state. Here.
Yeah. So.
It's not. You're smart.
Watching this video. I see even the guy here touching anything in the house. She's watching all these videos about everything.
I said something about it. It's just like, oh my gosh. You don't need to be lazy. I see your rapid fire questions. I'm like, Oh, yeah. Buyers right now, I can't find anything.
It's hard, yeah.
Especially.
Yeah.
It's an older.
He's in-
First floor. It's a. You know, if I find a phone, I find it. Yeah, I've got like a $7,000. Lovely, lovely family, but I need to build the house to find out.
Yeah, right. It's gotta be that specific, right?
Yeah, it's the first floor, I'm just finding a ranch, but like a better ranch, a better ranch. Yeah, not like it's, you know. Gone in 4 days.
On 40.
So complicated. These are, we walk in on day 3 of the listing, the realtor says, by the way, Callie, you already had 4 offers. It's just, there's still not enough inventory, John.
No.
It's not like it.
Really, really, really.
Yeah, like.
I'll see what I can find, if I find it for them. There should be a listing their house in Raleigh.
Oh, out in Union County.
Yeah.
I know, everything you see is at the top, right?
Yeah, yeah. But I'm happy to tell you, I just got back from
And
Italy.
the second one.
I just spent, 15 minutes, my cousin lives in Lake Cove.
John.
Moving there. I've been there before, yes.
Oh, I see. Then, how can we get?
My daughter just went out for college. Florence.
Took 777. Just to tell you the beauty.
And that was, in the middle, right? March, April.
I just got home late at night.
Down in Florida, right on Christmas.
Yeah, that's a quick thing.
That's a quick one.
Yeah. And then I'm 50. You see the Swiss Alps on the lake.
Yeah, we took the train, when I, it's the train up. We gotta stop there. I don't stop. Well, I don't know. It's not even like meeting here.
Yeah, I did my mom.
How was waiting to start, or do you?
You gotta try.
With recording times.
We need to do. We just
Yeah. Yeah, here's the reason. And is that work?
Slightly. The place I found out.
Or if I could put a flag up on the screen. I can get that.
So.
Yeah. Oh.
Not, and it's been more than I have 45 minutes extra. That's all I have.
Meredith Taylor.
Was. I will. Taylor, she had not. So, I know.
Robin, so you want to read? Right, that's the public meeting statement. I can do it, or you can do it. And I'm gonna just jot down.
to walk around the sign.
Yeah, we can mention, we can just walk it around. Yeah, that'd be helpful later, yeah. At some point during the meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I thought was saying. All right, let's make sure.
I'm just gonna jot down. Here.
So, got some people filtering in, but because it's 4 o'clock, I'm a stickler, we're gonna keep your head start. So John,
Yes, Jess.
just make sure that you're adding people up stage.
There ain't, there's no block. Hello, Owl. What's going on?
I see us up there.
There's Joe Atchison.
Archie, can you hear me okay? So the participants have said that they could do it. I think the sound great. So folks who are, if the folks who are in the back haven't taken the seat yet, if you could go to the seat, that would be lovely. I'm gonna stand up. Please feel free to grab water and popcorn from the bar area over there. Come on, we never.
There it is. Do we want to make that big or just have it the way it is? I think it's fine the way it is.
Call to order the second quarterly meeting of 2025 of the Organic Regenerative Project Board of New Jersey. John, could you please read the sunshine map?
Yes,
Stand up.
I will. Yeah, yeah. See, we're just, we're 03. Okay, so. Ready?
Ready to read it, John?
I am, yes.
It's the right hand.
I'm reading it. Pursuant to NJSA 10:44-6, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by giving written notice of the time, date, location, and to the extent known. The agenda of this meeting to Gannett and Advanced Media Legal Publication and the Office of the Secretary of State. In addition, at least 48 hours in advance, this notice has been posted in the lobby and on the third floor of the offices of the New Jersey Department of Agriculture in Trenton, New Jersey.
John. So it's now time for us to do a flag salute. There's no flag, so everybody could remain seated, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. May we have liberty and justice for all. If we could like do that, that'd be great. Roll call. Do you mind doing the roll call, John?
I can do it, yeah. So Jess Niederer,
Present.
Laura Tessiri,
Present.
Jasmine Marino, David Watts,
Present.
Jared Kravitz,
Present.
and Meredith Taylor. Thank you.
So the first thing on our agenda should be pretty fast, but it's just for our board to approve the minutes of our previous meeting. And I will be listening for a motion to approve.
So moved.
And can I have a second? I motion second. Any discussion? Hearing none, please say aye if you'd like to approve the minutes. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Derek. Minutes approved. Now, let's see if we can get that done here. So the first part about our meeting in the agenda, does everybody have an agenda if they would like one from our present members? And for those who are online, the agenda was sent out, I believe,
On the team screen, yes.
No, let's check that. The first item on the agenda is organization and departmental reports and public comment. So, within that, I'm going to start with NRCS. Can Johnson? Yeah. Maybe just come on up here so that so that you'll be nice and visible and audible. Line. Stand over here, so I think that hurts. Okay.
That's good, yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kimberly Dalton. I'm from the USDA NRCS, and I was asked by the agency to come give a little report. So for the president's executive orders, USDA has been in the process of reviewing Inflation Reduction Act and Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funds. Now that Secretary Rollins has confirmed she'll have the opportunity to assess these reviews and to make determinations as soon as possible. We are currently only working on existing IRA contracts. So if you're familiar at all, the past couple of years, we funded a lot of things through the Inflation Reduction Act. We had rankings open this year for the Inflation Reduction Act as well. But currently all of that's under review and we don't know if we'll be funding anything further with the Inflation Reduction Act. The Equip Organic initiative is still running. Applications were due March 6th. So basically everything application wise is closed right now. And we're working through getting things funded. Farm Bill funds, we currently have 10 apps in the organic fund pool that were ranked. They're still making funding decisions. Things are kind of funky this year because of all the changes. So still not 100% sure on what's getting funded. And we're working through CSP, our Conservation Stewardship Program. That we're working on those applications right now. They're supposed to be ranked by May 9th. And same thing, after they're ranked, we'll know more about what's going into the organic fund pool and whatnot. Return to office, NRCS employees are all back in the office full time. And now we have employees from NHQ that have been moved into some of our field offices that were remote employees. And our plant materials center is expected to celebrate its 60th anniversary in September. That's down in Cape May. Staffing, we have lost some employees from the deferral opportunities that I'm sure you've heard about in the news. We're currently on a hiring freeze as well. So we're losing people and not gaining anyone right now. And that being said, we basically have like no engineers right now. Any contracts that are contracted this year are being asked to contract out engineering services. We are not doing that technical service this year for certain practices, not all practices. So, but hopefully once we can hire again, we'll get engineers back and be able to do engineering again. But yeah, that's like all I have. I can answer questions to the best of my ability, but, you know, everything's under review right now, is how we put it. I also have some, these are like reports from FY '24 of what was contracted funded. I can leave them over here on the counter, for anyone that wants to take a look. So, yeah. Any questions?
If you're online, John, can you say what the process should be for people digitally to ask questions if they?
I think just raise your hand if you want to say something or ask something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so NRCS stands for Natural Resource Conservation Service. We are a branch of the USDA. I work at the Hackensack office. It's in northern New Jersey. We have offices throughout the whole state. I am a soil conservationist, so farmers and landowners apply for our programs. And they typically have a resource concern on their farm, whether it be like soil health, soil erosion, forestry, we work with wildlife habitat. And if they want to work with any of those things, they can apply for our programs. They're generally funded through the Farm Bill. We did have some programs funded with the Inflation Reduction Act, so that might be changing at the time. Yeah, and then we will work with the producers to help, you know, fix their problems and contract different practices that might help with issues on the land. If anyone.
Could you clarify, I know that you stated that there's no additional contracts that are going to be like operational for IRA funds. Contracts that are already signed, are they now getting reimbursements?
Yeah, so we are working, that's any existing IRA contract, so anything contracted prior to this year, 2025, is still, we're still working with those and we're still making payments. They were on hold for a brief time, but they are back in action. And technically, everything's still under review. We don't know 100% sure that we will be working with any IRA contracts going forward, but under review, so.
And then I have a staffing question. As far as you know, what did, like your office, in your personal sphere, did you have any probational employees that were let go?
Yes.
And were they able to come back after there was supposed to be a court order saying they could?
Yes, we had one actually in my office and he came back on Monday.
Just on Monday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but they also did get the option to take the second deferral round because a deferral round came out.
Yeah.
And USDA put out a 2.0 version to like kind of, because they're gonna have to lay people off no matter what. So they were given that option to defer again. Yeah. Yeah, things are a little crazy.
And just let everybody also know that Kimmy used to be the farmer here.
Yeah, I used to be a farm manager here. I also used to work for Jess,
Oh, yeah.
so this is a lot of fun to see all my old bosses. I have another little thing I forgot to say, I wanted to talk about in the email. Do you mind if I talk about something else real quick? I just want to do a little plug for the New Jersey Agricultural Leadership Development Program. The New Jersey Agricultural Society puts this program on, and farmers, people in the industry participate in this program. I just finished my class. I was in class 12, and it's an excellent program, and I highly recommend it. Really developed how I'm going to proceed in my career. Leader, made me understand New Jersey's agricultural system and all of the different components that go into it. Also finished off with an international trip to Portugal. That was amazing. So if anyone is interested, I brought a couple applications. You can also go to the New Jersey Agricultural Society website and check it out. Just highly recommend it. So yeah. That's all I got.
Thank you so much, Kim. I know that we have one person that's online that's going to report who has a time constraint range. So I'm wondering if we can, would you like to introduce?
Yes, Janine Kava and the Food Democracy Collaborative have been hosting a series of lunch it's New Jersey Food Democracy Collaborative, I should say. About 2 weeks ago, they hosted a farmer forum where statutory migrants and farmers from all over New Jersey, I think about 3 or 4 dozen folks were on there discussing their challenges with the federal funding freeze and kind of had a discussion about what they want to do. And we asked FDC if they can report out on that if you weren't at that farmer's forum. Janine, she's there.
She needs to unmute.
Hi, I'm here. I just unmuted. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Janine.
Okay, I don't know if they can. Hi, Joe.
There's a volume on you, Janine.
I can hear you too, Janine.
Okay.
Joe, you can hear Janine?
Would it be on the screen that's plugged into the television, like on your computer? Can you turn your volume?
It's downstairs. I cranked 100.
I did it. Yeah, it's all the way up. It's cranked to 100.
Can you hear me okay now?
We can hear you, but just on my computer, right? For some reason, I don't have the audio hooked up to that. Let's see here.
I think everybody else can hear her too.
I can send a written update if it's easier.
Johan, can you hear her at all? Is there a remote for the TV? Yes, there could be my.
Yeah.
We'll need it next week.
John, did you select the right microphone when you click on the down arrow next to your mic within Teams?
Thank you. Here it is. I think this is it. Speak.
Yeah, there.
Can you hear us now? No? Can you hear me?
Oh,
Okay,
good.
cool. Hi, everybody. Nice to see you. Wish I could be there with you at such a lovely location on such a nice day, but here I am. So yeah, we held a farmer forum because I had attended the winter meeting of the National Sustainable Agriculture Coalition the second week in February. It was the week right after it was the week right before our ag convention. And anyway, so there's folks there from all over the country, and it really it's inspired me to come back to New Jersey and pull as many people, as many farmers and organizations together that were affected by funding freezes, and try to understand, try to gather like a more accurate snapshot of who was affected and what the sort of scale and scope of the impact was to New Jersey ag sector and individual farms, and also to find out like what people individually or in small groups were like doing in response, and to try to organize and coordinate that a little bit more and see where we can be helpful. So during the meeting, there was about 70 people in and out throughout the whole meeting. It was mostly folks from nonprofits that provide direct services, programming, technical assistance, et cetera, to New Jersey farmers. There were some farmers who receive USDA funding of one type or another in the meeting as well. There were some folks there from NJDA. There was several staff members from Senator Booker's office, and there was a representative from the National Sustainable Agriculture Coalition to give like a update from DC as well. In the meeting, we asked folks to voluntarily contribute detailed information about their projects to a spreadsheet so that we can try to like total up the total amount of money that was being frozen or withheld or uncertainty surrounding it, et cetera. So we collected information, and again, it was voluntary, right? So not everyone decided to air out their, details of exactly how much funding was impacting them or whatever. We were able to collect information about NRCS grants, and again, this was in early March, so some of this may have changed. Rural development, FNS, and FSA funding. totaling at that time just over $6 million in USDA funds to the New Jersey organizations that did provide that information. And again, like it was mostly the nonprofit side, and we didn't really get much from individual farmers, understandably. So, and this doesn't include the projected losses or losses of like projected income that farmers would have received from LFPA and LFS beyond this fall. So that's 9.9 million for LFPA. That would have come to New Jersey producers after this fall, and 16.2 million from local food for schools. So, we also did put out a call to say, like, let us know what district you live in. And if you're in District 2, I forget the other two districts off the top of my head. I have the tab open, but I don't want to click away from this Teams because it takes me a while to find it again. So, we offered our support in helping organize convenings, et cetera, with, different district offices. And so, following up on some of that, but I do want to, if you allow me to, and I don't know how much how much time I have, but I did cobble together some updates on some other USDA programs that are, as of just like the last couple weeks update, as far as I could tell. Is that something you want me to? I could be brief, but it's up to you. How much more?
Yeah, any information you have to lend to the group would be helpful.
Okay, great. So as of this week, the status of USDA grants and cooperative agreements funded by IRA still obviously remains complex, as you just heard, at least from the NRCS perspective, with several programs still under review or partially frozen. That includes, well, I won't discuss the NRCS programs because you already just heard about that. In February, Secretary Rollins announced the release of approximately, and this is nationally, so not all specific to New Jersey, $20 million for programs released, honoring existing contracts made directly with farmers. That release represents about a fraction of the $19.5 billion allocated for conservation programs under the IRA. And again, those are national figures, not specific New Jersey projections. Other programs that remain frozen or under review are the Partnership for Climate Smart Commodities, the REAP money, the Rural Energy for America program, the Regional Conservation Partnership Program, and programs pertaining to organic ag production like TOPP and others. What else? I can tell you that in terms of what's happening nationally for advocacy around LFPA and LFS, the National Sustainable Agriculture Coalition sent a letter to Secretary Rollins calling for restoration of local food for communities. There were more than 1,000 signatures, including from some of us on this call. Roughly about half of those were from farmers and farm businesses. And NSAC is also gearing up for a week of action around local food for communities that will kick off next Tuesday. And I can provide more information about that as it becomes available to me through NSAC. And then NJFDC is hosting a Zoom convening for farmers on the 28th of April. It's for farmers only, and it's upon request from a couple farmers who asked us to get farmers together to talk about what their business plans are, to kind of fill the gap of that LFPA funding. So we're calling it Life After LFPA, and it's just a space for like farmers to share some of their strategies and things that they're going to do to sort of fill that funding or that revenue, the gap left by that revenue stream that they had anticipated. I know Land Capital and Market Access Program remains frozen. I see Kendra and Eric are here, so I won't speak for them, but that remains frozen. And the National Young Farmers Coalition is circulating a sign-on letter calling for the restoration of LCM. And the deadline for that is this Thursday. So if folks are interested in signing on to that letter from the National Young Farmers Coalition, I can put the link in the chat. In terms of agricultural marketing service and local ag marketing program funding, I know personally that the regional food system partnership funding is flowing again. We are co-implementers of a regional food system partnership project with Pinelands Preservation Alliance, and those disbursements are flowing again. So that's exciting. Our project is a South Jersey farmers project. So if there's any farmers in the 8 counties of South Jersey on the call and you're interested in learning more about that, please contact me. So I'm going to assume that's the same for farmers market promotion program and the like, but I don't know for a fact. So maybe there's someone on the call who can speak to that. And then I do not have an update about resilient food system infrastructure funds. What we heard from Senator Booker's team and from the NSAC team at the March 11th Farmer Forum was that any contracts that were executed before, I forget the date, but it was sometime in January, those would be honored. So in this case, those are New Jersey's RFSI grants or subawards, and like Pennsylvania didn't have theirs signed, so they are not as lucky. So kudos to the folks in NJDA for getting that through on time. I don't have any additional updates in terms of like whether funding has started to flow to those grantees through NJDA. Maybe Joe Atchison does. But that's all I have on that. And I just want to have a little plug that NJFDC is celebrating its 5 years of existence since its launch in June 2020 this June. And we're going to be launching our first ever donation campaign. So stay tuned for that. Thanks for the opportunity to present.
Congratulations.
Thanks. We have never asked you for money before, but it might happen this June.
Thank you, Janine.
Thank you, Janine. And then, I don't know if Joe has raised his hand, but the infrastructure money from New Jersey, the state was covering making reimbursement until they found out like those funds were released federally in early March. So it has been.
Oh, yeah, hold on.
You wanna?
Yep. Oh, we got a hand up?
Yep, that's all correct. So yes, just covered it. But yeah, anybody before, I believe it was January 20th, inauguration day, that had contracts signed and done are being honored, and money is flowing.
Our farm has one of those contracts, and I just want to like throw it out there that, you know, I'm appreciative that the state dealt with it before the money was released federally. Like I just, in that sense, I feel really supported that the NJDA and their relationship with the state was such that they were protecting farmers in that case. So thank you.
We're a small department, but we're nimble.
Renata Barnes says that there are opportunities with NJEAD.
Yeah, that's what she meant.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, I had a meeting with them today about some ventures, and I just wanted to share that. So I've got information if someone wants it.
What the nature of those opportunities are, so that our participants here would be able to follow up on it if it's of interest to them.
Were you talking to me? I didn't hear you. I still can't hear you. I feel like you said send someone information. Send someone information that I have. Is that right? Okay, if that person could just put their email in the chat or email me, I'll send it to them.
Renata, can you still not hear me?
Can you change the
Oh,
speaker real
I can hear you now. I can hear you
All
now.
right, all right. So what I was asking, Renata, is if you could describe the category or nature of those opportunities so that
Yeah,
farmers listening.
Sure, it's reimbursement grants. So if you've spent money on a project, excuse me, they will reimburse you. It's a 2-year look back. They want to make sure you have an actual place. If you want more information, or if there's someone on your on your board that I should send the information to, Jess, I will send it to them, and you can disperse or whatever, if that's something you want to do. Or not, you could just have them reach out to me.
So I kind of like the idea of having, John send out any resources mentioned in the meetings to our emailing list afterwards.
Yeah.
So if you,
Okay.
if you could, John, can you drop your email address in the chat?
Yep.
Great, thanks.
So we just talked about a bunch of funding concerns, and that makes me think of the legislature. And yeah, so I'm looking at our Farm Bureau rep, Nicole Cavanaugh, right?
Yep.
So Nicole, please let us know where we're at and see.
Hi, everyone. I hope everyone's doing okay. I mean, the first part of my report is basically to say that for federal issues, that things are a little rough for USDA right now, which I think you already know with all the cuts and the layoffs, and we're watching that very closely. I do know several of my county boards that I cover have already sent letters to kind of enumerate the impacts that the cuts have had on their programs and their things that they're doing. And we'll probably encourage other county boards to do that too. The tariff announcement of 2 weeks ago is delivering on a promise to enact tariffs on virtually all U.S. trading partners. So that does prompt some concerns across the board for its consequences on worldwide trade and the economy. It definitely will impact agriculture. It could be negative. More than 20% of all U.S. annual agricultural production, $176 billion, is purchased by foreign markets. So there was a statement in our newsletter 2 weeks ago from the American Farm Bureau president about that, if you're interested in reading his position. We also have a lot at stake in the federal budget fights. We are conscious of the need for tax code protections and, of course, the Farm Bill money. USDA is hosting a webinar. I don't know if this is of interest to anyone here on HPAI, that's the bird flu, on how to protect your increased biosecurity to protect your flocks from avian influenza on April 17th. That's Thursday at 2:30 p.m. I'll send it to you.
Thank
My
you.
report, and it has the link in there for that to register for that.
Okay.
It is online, I think. Anyway, on the state, it's worth mentioning, the Secretary of Agriculture did speak to we're in the budget process now, so he did speak to the Assembly Budget Committee, I think it was last week. There have been some cuts at the Ag Experiment Station, that's in Rutgers, which wipes out 4.25 million that we were really proud to have gotten last year in the FY25 budget. So we're working with some of our friends in the legislature to maybe see if we can get some of that back. I think the Department of Ag's budget was left fairly level. Maybe somebody could confirm that for me, but so we're following that closely, and the legislature is currently on a break due to the budget process. However, before they went on break, there was a bunch of bills that went through. There was a bill that directs SABC to adopt ag management practices and have attached right to farm protection for on-farm housing for farm employees, and a bill that went through the Assembly to appropriate $28.6 million in 2003 and 1992 Bond Act monies for dam repair and restoration projects. That one went to the governor's office. In the Senate, there was a bill on the invasive species called the Invasive Species Management Act that prohibits the sale, distribution, and propagation of certain invasive species and establishes New Jersey Invasive Species Council. There was also a bill to establish a program in SADC for acquisition of development easements on privately owned woodlands. And there was a bill to create a pilot program for business tax credits for value of certain products, donations by commercial farm operators. We support all of those bills. Ongoing issues on farmland assessment. Farm Bureau is continuing to work with the governor's office on this. He's being pushed by some to raise the minimum income threshold. We're working with Brian Schilling at Rutgers University to document support for an ag-friendly minimum income. We don't want to see it go too high. Also, the DEP real rule. There's growing opposition for that rule statewide from business and labor groups. So Farm Bureau is continuing to work and push with our legislators on that. That could have some major impacts to farmers in New Jersey too. So all those reasons, I don't know if any of you are very familiar with Farm Bureau or if you're already Farm Bureau members, or why you should be members of Farm Bureau if you're not, because we are always working on all of these legislative issues in the state and as a part of AFBF nationally. So please, if you're not, I left some applications up there. If you're not a member, please joining today. I have an announcement from the vegetable growers as well that to mark your calendar for the 2026 New Jersey All Farmer Convention, I guess we're changing the name, will be held from January 21st to 22nd. So it's the week of Martin Luther King Day with some pre-show classes on January 20th. Like this year, we ran a pesticide class. We had like 50 people show up and earn some pesticide credits. So that was really helpful. It's going to be at Harris in Atlantic City, and we're going to be welcoming 3 new sponsors, which are three major fertilizer companies, and we're increasing the number of pesticide credits available to support your continued education. Room rates will be a little bit lower this year because it's January, and who wants to go to Atlantic City in January? So hopefully, and we're also trying to get everything else to be a little bit more affordable as well. 2026 is being recognized as the International Year of the Female Farmer. So we're celebrating it as a year of the New Jersey female farmer. We're going to have a special luncheon, and we're planning to honor and highlight the incredible women who power New Jersey's farms and ag businesses. So put it on your calendars and come on out, save the date. Any questions?
The tariffs affect Russia and the amount of chemical fertilizer that's coming from conventional farming.
I thought I read in last week's newsletter that the ag sector was working on having them not impact fertilizer.
It would be great for regenerative ag if it did.
I don't know. The rule that the opposition over. Yes, it's like a several thousand page rule that will impact permit by rule. If you're a farm who's like been farming wetlands historically, if you have automatically permit by rule. But now going forward, you're going to have to every year like apply to be able to farm that ground and things like that. It a lot affects the southern part of the state even more because they're basically saying any structures being built have to be raised up a certain amount above the floodplain level. Because the 100-year floodplain level. So if you're in South Jersey, you're a lot flatter. But even for barns, there's questions about how that would impact your new ag infrastructure. How do you get equipment into a barn that you've had raised, all that kind of thing. So it's definitely, we're working on it, we're following it. Comment period is already closed. They are hoping, they wanted to adopt it by the end of the summer, but like I said, there's growing opposition to that among legislators and everyone. So. Anything else? Thank you.
Janine has a question.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, great. I was wondering, and if you know anything about this, I heard that the Department of Ag had requested some additional funding or funding for their budget for fiscal year 26 for like climate mitigation adaptation programming, and I'm wondering what if you can confirm that or not, or if you know anything about whether or not that's going to be, if there's any mobilizing or organizing around like pushing for that to be included in the governor's in the budget, the state budget.
I am not aware. Maybe Joe, you might know about that.
We are still obviously undergoing the budget process. We had the Assembly budget hearing last week. We have the Senate budget hearing coming up in 2 weeks, 2 weeks from today, I believe.
April 29th.
April 29th, for the Senate budget hearing. We currently have not been allocated that funding, which was requested. And that's all I can say about that.
Well, I can say that now you've confirmed that we are ready to kick into gear with helping to advocate for that to be included in the state's budget and welcome the involvement from anyone who is able to do that kind of stuff, who can hear me with an earshot. Thanks.
Joe, can you still hear me okay? Would you be able to say a little bit more about what that budget line item was for us to hear? Because that's something where, our board could also potentially decide to write an advocacy letter. But I'd love to hear more about it.
I don't have the language right in front of me, but I'd be happy to share it with the board.
We have Morgan Bowe from FSA here.
Yeah, I'm online. I'm on Teams.
Awesome. Morgan, would you like to give your report now?
Sure.
Thanks, you.
There she is.
Oh, Morgan,
So,
and could you also, if you could precede it, just like brief explanation for what the FSA is and does.
Yeah. So I'm with the USDA FSA, so it's a Farm Service Agency. So we're actually a sister agency of NRCS. So when you go into an NRCS office, there's also going to be an FSA office in the same building. So we don't do as much in-field work as NRCS as we do a lot of programs and funding. We're pretty much the money men. So we had some new programs come out. The first one was the Emergency Commodity Assistance Program, or ECAP for short. Secretary Rollins announced this about a month ago. They allocated $10 billion nationwide to this program. In the commodities that are eligible for these for the payment, we're seeing our grain commodity crops, wheat, corn, sorghum, barley, oats, soybeans. I do have a report, so I can also send this to John to distribute after the meeting. So everyone who filed an acreage report last summer in 2024 would have already received a pre-filled in application. If you grew a commodity crop and did not complete an acreage report, you can late file. When you late file an acreage report, you will have to prove existence of crop, which would be geotagged photos, seed receipts, anything proving that the crop existed, and also disposition. So that would be selling of the commodity. The next program was ARC PLC. Today was the deadline to sign up for ARC PLC. If you were reached out, today is the deadline to sign those contracts. Loan rates, we're currently seeing loan rates going down. Operating loan rate for this month is 5.375%. Ownership loans are down to 5.75%, and farm storage facility loans, they are ranging between 4 and 4.5%, depending on the years of the loan. We also had a few disaster declarations for over the summer. We had one for excessive rain in the Hunterdon and Somerset area. We had another one for drought and excessive heat in the Burlington, Camden, and Ocean areas, and also another one for drought and excessive heat in the Hunterdon and Somerset areas. So with these disaster declarations, it allows for emergency loans to be filed. Like I said, this is all in my report. There's more details to it that you can look at when I send it to John. And another program that we have open for specialty crops is the Food Safety Certification for Specialty Crops, or FSCSC. So this is for farmers who are growing specialty crops to sell on a larger market. Like ShopRite requires safety certifications like GAP. So if you have a GAP certification, or either some of the farmers markets require a safety certification, we will reimburse for some of those costs that are associated with getting that safety certification. So we will reimburse for a food safety plan up to 75%, maintaining or updating a food safety plan, food safety, the actual certification costs, certification upload fees, testing for products, soil amendments, and water, and also training in order to receive that food safety certification. So I know Kimmy talked a little bit about their staffing for NRCS, staffing for FSA. We didn't lose any probationary workers. We only have one in our state. She's working like normal, and we had no employees take the deferred resignation, the first one, and so far we haven't had any take the second that I know of. So we are still at capacity. So running like normal. So does anyone have any FSA questions?
I do see a hand from the audience. You could either come back up here and ask it, or I can repeat it for you.
I don't know if she'll be able to hear me.
Somebody's coming up to the front, Morgan.
Okay.
Morgan.
Yes.
I'm Michelle Logan of Maranatha Farm here in P-PAC, and I was wondering if there are any resources to assist farmers with developing plans for to procure retail food licenses to go to the Board of Health in Bernardsville here. We're trying to produce value add products, and we're told that our cottage food license will not cover that because
Okay.
it's not, we want to produce other non-shelf stable items.
Okay, so for a GAP certification, which would be like the next step from a food cottage license, that's actually distributed through the Ag Marketing Service, which is another agency of the USDA. So you would contact the Agricultural Marketing Service. They would help you get your food safety certification, and then we could reimburse that. So we're like second step.
Right, I do have my certification. I'm trying to write a plan though for the department, the Board of Health.
Okay.
Is it okay? Is it okay?
I had one producer that had gotten their plan through AMS, their food safety plan. I've had a producer that've gotten their food safety plan through AMS. It was a first time producer. I had one who was a first time producer this year and another one who was recertifying. So if you, if John wants to drop your email in the chat and I can try and do some research and send you some links of where to go.
I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
And
Yeah, no problem.
Meredith Melendez can also note that email address that's being dropped in the chat. And if you have anything further to add, please do let her know. Meredith is the Rutgers, our Rutgers County agent in Mercer, but works a lot on the food safety team. She fields these kind of questions a lot.
Thank you so much.
Any further questions for Morgan? Okay, we're gonna move on.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Morgan. I see that we have somebody from RC&D. Are you here to make a report?
Do you know Sam Fitzpatrick?
Okay, Sam, great.
I'm Sam with North Jersey RC&D. And so updates, we've of course been hit by the funding freezes through our Fund Smart Commodities, Regenerative Farm Network, and renewable energy grants. But we've been pivoting, so we can't offer as much TA or education stipends, but we've been pivoting to holding more events as we can. So we've been having conservation coffee hours, equipment coffee hours. We had one down at the Fulper Family Farms on their no-till equipment, and just one last week at Farley Wilson's farm up in Sussex on their bale unroller. Keep an eye out for more of those come the fall. And then we have our Regenerative Farm Network, and so our 1-to-1 TA and some of our events and program implementation through that have been frozen, but we're still posting. We had a spring field day at Jimmy and McQueen's, and then we're going to have a farm tour and a grill and gather at Bryce Cotton's in Asbury. There's flyers for that over there, so make sure you have one of those. And then in June, we'll have one at Marcy and Christian Benches in Hunterdon County. So we're still trying to hold events as we can. If you want to stay updated on the Regenerative Farm Network events, you can find our membership form online. It's pretty easy to fill it out, and then you'll get our newsletters to stay up to date. If you don't know about the Regenerative Farm Network, it just got going a couple years ago. It is open to all types of farmers, all backgrounds, production types. We are a place for people to learn about regenerative practices through peer-to-peer learning, education, farmer network tours, gatherings. So hope you all join. That's great.
Stay on. All right, let's see. I know that we have Food Shed Alliance on the call. Would you like the opportunity to make a report?
Yeah, thank you so much. This is Eric Derby. I'm with the Food Shed Alliance. So right now, our land access program, which is the Sustainable Agriculture Enterprise, which is our long-term leases, the SAGE program, long-term farm leases. Since the last meeting we've had the federal funding freeze has unfortunately impacted the land access work we do. We had to make a difficult decision to furlough one of our full-time SAGE staff members. That said, we still are fully committed to supporting our 10 regenerative farmers currently working in Andover and Surgeonsville or those properties. And we're doing everything we can to keep things moving forward. We're keeping our eyes on the big picture, though, building real lasting access to land for regenerative farmers and making sure that they have the tools to succeed. Right now, we're focused on creating stronger market opportunities for the SAGE farmers and others across northern and central New Jersey, strengthening ties with food hubs and institutions and pantries that want to buy local food. Exploring new land-based projects with trusted partners and interested growers. Current vacant lands are going into cover crop, and we're resting them for the season. Application process is being updated for 2026 growing season. So we'll announce soon that those lands will become available and what the application process will be. Our regenerative farming and grains project, this spring, we're excited to be planting a new demonstration plot of grains in Andover at our SAGE site. We'll be planting next week einkorn and hulless oats and flax and a red clover crop, cover crop, to demonstrate the healthy rotation. It's a collaboration with our Rutgers Extension rep, Steve Komar, and Elizabeth Dick, the lead agronomist from Ogren, who's working with us through our Highlands Council grant. The idea is to identify which regenerative grains varieties perform well here and give the farmers a hands-on experience and confidence they need to branch out into organic grain production. We're also investing in grain harvesting and processing equipment that will support farmer-led efforts to allow for shared use across the region. These are critical tools to work and build our local grain economy in ways that are viable and farmer-driven. As far as our approach, as always, our approach is about collaboration with farmers, local institutions, and organizations who care about creating healthier and more resilient food systems. For those of you who are familiar with our local share gleaning program, the program continues to look for partners and pick up market leftovers or gleaning surplus produce, specifically Sussex, Warren, Hunterdon, and if possible, from a capacity standpoint, Somerset County. We are continuing to support the Norwest Cap Fresh Stop Market, which is a sliding scale CSA farm share and physical marketplace developed in partnership with New Roots and Crops in Atlantic City and Phillipsburg. This initiative expands access to fresh local produce in underserved communities while opening a new market opportunities for regenerative and small scale farmers. As always, if you want to get in touch with us, you can find us on our website, foodshedalliance.org, or you can find our contact information and more information about the programs and how to get involved. Thank you.
Is somebody from Nova, New Jersey going to make a report? Great. Allie's got her hand up. As Callie walks up here, I am just going to point out that it's 5 of 5. We have so much great, exciting stuff to get through. We will have an opportunity for public comment or question after Callie's report, I believe. And then I'm going to propose to the board that we swap the order of old business and new business in our agenda. Please, Callie.
Yeah, and first, in due respect to the board and the agenda, I realize that we're going to speak about federal funding and our contingent efforts. I want to tell you that we've been very proactive. Food Shed Alliance, North RC&D, NOFA New Jersey, taking farmers with us. We've already been to 5 legislator offices, okay, writing letters. We are jumping up and down figuratively, and we continue in those efforts. I don't want to usurp the agenda, but please realize that our efforts are boundless right now. Should I talk more on this or just tell you all the happy things NOFA's doing?
If that is one of the things that NOFA is doing, then it's appropriate to speak about it.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak in lack of any deep respect I have for, again, Food Shed Alliance, this lady right here, Laura Tesseri, North RC&D, myself, as we take farmers. We've already been, one thing I can tell you absolutely heroic is Cory Booker. Okay, he is absolutely adamant. He is absolutely writing letters. He's introduced something just yesterday, Fairness Farmers Act. I encourage you, I know that Devin has probably posted it, and I'm sorry that Devin Cornea, our executive director, is not here, but we have posted, of course, Fairness for Farmers Act. You can sign up, do a sign-on letter, send it, but it's about actually, impressing the USDA for reimbursements, okay? USDA contracts made, our promises made, those promises have to get paid. So realize that, again, we have an absolute fluid, all of us, okay? We're a unified front, like-minded organizations, and we have a fluid communication with Cory Booker, numerous staff members at his office. We have additionally gone to Tom Kane's office. I believe we've done 2.5 meetings with him, and we persevere further. Going on, we've gone to Mikey Sherrill's office, very receptive. They are very, very aware of the current state of affairs, and I'm sure they're issuing a letter to Secretary Rollins as we speak. Lastly, we've had, again, great communication with Senator Andy Kim's office, okay, multiple staff members. They are, my compliments to their office, they are absolutely to the moment accurate about what is hurting our farmers here in New Jersey. So I know with just having the webinar yesterday, Laura, again, Food Shed Alliance, that we indeed will get a letter from them. We're going to go on to Gottheimer. We remain hopeful that we're going to get to Van Droop. But we persevere. They say, of course, the more R's that can write a letter to Secretary Rollins, the better, to really get these reimbursements back to farmers. We have lost, of course, the ILA. NOFA New Jersey has lost the ILA, increasing land access. And we have also lost the climate smart partnerships. Like these other like-minded organizations that represent you wherever we go, we don't realize our dedication and advocacy. Okay, we are really moving forward to get to everyone. NOFA New Jersey is one of 7 chapters. We are working with the other 7 chapters, NOFA Massachusetts, NOFA New York. Again, federal interaction, federal letters. We have an interstate council NOFA Farm Bill platform. So our chapters of NOFA are also getting to federal legislators, whether just like Janine did with NSAC, a fly-in, or again, representatives from NOFA speaking directly to federal legislators with last month's fly-in. I impress upon you to please, if you see a sign-on letter, if you have your individual representatives, write a letter, get to them, okay? Really have them understand the loss of federal funding, what it means for New Jersey farmers. One prioritize, and I'm sorry, just cut me off whenever you want, okay? But the thing is, in general, is LFPA and LFS. I'm happy to tell you that again, this morning, I had a webinar with Adele Latourette, who's in charge of the community food bank. Again, a unified front. We are going to, in fact, of course, with NOFA, I'm going to drag North RC&D, of course, willingly, as well as Food Shed Alliance with us, but our unified front for, in fact, for them to restore the LFPA money. If you're a participant, and you're very well aware, and the LFS money will run out this October, the federal money. But we really are trying to impress the state budget. I hope Joe is listening, to in fact create a state appropriation to continue this. This is vital and focused on the local food purchasing assistance program on small and medium farmers. This was a boon for local recycling economy for our farmers, people in this room, people on this webinar. So realize how essential as a priority. We're not just going to the legislators and talking about the federal funding freezes, which we're all lamenting about and we're all pushing for. We're also pushing for our portion for it to get restored for LFPA. I've heard that on the national level. many national organizations consider LFPA and LFS to be considered absolutely recommended, and they want it to become permanent. It is absolutely essential. In speaking to farmers, lastly, that have participated in LFPA, the program here in New Jersey with one farmer just bought 15% of their production and offered them stability. And the program bought another farmer's complete production and offered them survivorship. So I can't tell you how deep in my soul and consternations I have about the LFBA program. And we really, certain states are trying to get a state appropriation to continue funding past October. So we really need to, again, impress upon your legislator, of course, Secretary Ed Lindgren, Joe, everyone's very approachable. It's budget time now. Our state budget gets struck June 30th and starts again July 1st. So if you have a way to get to, of course, your legislator, those people on the Assembly Budget Committee or the Senate Budget Committee, write them a letter about creating a state appropriation for LFBA. Lastly, all the great things NOFA is doing. Okay. And thank you for allowing me to dive into
And
that.
Joe can hear you too.
Okay, I know, I'm trying to speak a little louder for Joe Atchison. But if anything, of course, one of the most popular things we have, and some of you do jump in, is our weekly technical assistance open house. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., anyone can jump on. Farmers love it. All of foodies love it. We're not just an organization like many of our organizations just for farmers. We're foodies, consumers, gardeners, whatever level you're at. We are welcoming organizations. So are these federal representatives here. So is the Farm Bureau. We are absolutely all in this together and supporting each other. But the weekly technical Zooms we have are robust, and the exchange is great. You will get all your $1 million questions answered. I really encourage you. If you haven't signed up for our weekly emails, Devin usually gets them out every Monday by Tuesday. Everyone I hear now goes, wow, Callie, I read the whole thing. Can you imagine? Love it. So going on April 26th, we will have the Cohansey Meadows Farm Tour. And we're going to, in fact, be down south, okay, with a focus on sustainability, responsible harvest practices, conservation, and adaptation to climate-induced saltwater intrusion with salt hay. Going on April 29th, we're going to have a wholesale buyer and seller event at Meralda Farm. Join NOFA New Jersey and Rodale Institute at Meralda Farm in Vinewood for an afternoon farm tour and discussion on successful buyer and seller relationships featuring partner buyers. And then one of the most popular things that we started last year, besides being ever popular, all these organizations, is of course, we're having our second annual Mushroom Festival. Okay, fungi is great. Okay, join NOFA New Jersey for an engaging day of full educational workshops, culinary demos, and lots of fun with fungi, including the educational mushroom bar crawl through Asbury Park. Again, just sign up for the emails, and I think all of you are clear supporters already of NOFA. When is that? That is May 10th, my dear. I'm so sorry. But realize if you're not a member of NOFA, just like these other organizations, like Mickey said, why not? So please join NOFA, support North RC&D, support all our organizations, because we're all in this together. We need your advocacy to keep pushing for restoration, as well as hopefully some money drops out of the sky from the state budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your commitment, for your vision, for your tenacity, and just setting up the appointments and bringing us along for the ride. I mean, it's been really good to be able to speak to all our representatives and to share on the impact of farmers. So yeah, thank you. Do we have any other organizational reports? If not, I think we can move to, Jess had to step out for a minute, but we can move to public comment. Does anybody have anything you'd like to say or ask or question?
I saw your hand up. Did you get your question answered or? Hopefully.
I don't want to take up any more time. I know you guys are trying to move on to new business, so I can send it as a follow-up.
One comment I did have, just as a follow-up, you can kind of skip this agenda item later perhaps, but just as the federal freeze, we did hear as an organization, so North Jersey RC&D and then NOFA as a sub with the Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities.
that those grants, so I just heard yesterday afternoon that they're canceled, but that there is the opportunity to reapply for funds. And so they're calling the new program Advancing Market Priorities, and looking to make sure that farmers are first, and I guess we don't mention the word climate. So, we're just, we're learning more, we'll see more, but for the time being, they've mentioned they will reimburse. I mean, they have not reimbursed, even as of last year, so we're waiting on reimbursements, but they're saying now they will reimburse going backwards, and that there is a chance to work with USDA and to reapply. So I find news a good thing, and we'll just look to move forward for that and to continue working with our farmers. So this applies to North Jersey RCD as a grazing initiative. Should we? Yeah, at this time, I think there's nothing else. Any other comments or questions? And we can have public comment at the end as well. Hearing no public comment, I think Jess was mentioning we could switch the new business and the old business.
Public comment on behalf of City Green. I just want to make a quick announcement on behalf of City Green, that the Good Food Bucks program, today is the last day, but we can grant an extension for any farmers to apply to us to participate in Good Food Bucks. What that means is if you take SNAP or if you're working on your SNAP terminal, like some of our friends here are, getting on your SNAP terminal, City Green will reimburse you up to $10,000 annually for any discounts we give to customers who use SNAP/food stamps. So you can find that information at goodfoodbucks.com and let them know Jasmine said you get a deadline extension for the end of the week.
Thank you, Jasmine. I would just like to do a quick, I'm not actually sure if we need to agree on this. I would like to support a motion that we swap the old business and new business on our agenda. All right. So that brings us up to board committee reports. The communications committee, will somebody from that take it away? Let's just.
Yeah, I can make an update on communications committee. At our last meeting, we established a communications committee because we know that there's a lot of great information that's happening in conversations at these meetings that we want to continue the conversation in between meetings. I think that we initially suspected that we would start an Instagram account. But I think that doesn't actually fit in for us. And so what we'd like to do is send out the every other month or quarterly newsletter that kind of rounds up our business, puts forth some information about upcoming meetings, and then brings up together, concisely all the information you're hearing at these meetings, so we can share it out with the audience members who have RSVP'd through the NJDA. So if you're coming to these meetings, also please make sure that you're contacting the NJDA to be RSVP'd for these meetings, so that you are on our email list, because they're actually the ones sending out communications.
Yeah, make sure to sign in.
Yeah.
Is that transferred to?
So that's what you'll get. Any communication from us will actually come through that email list there.
But anybody else you have to contact directly to get information? Other organizations and, the names of all these initials.
Oh, okay.
Like freezing by that.
Right. Like a clearinghouse type thing.
Are we publishing this coming? No.
No, but I mean, in order to get information on their list.
On their list, to get on our email newsletter list, you would just have to sign
in for that. Okay. We can also add something on our webpage, so people that are interested in getting newsletters.
Yeah, we can do.
Sure, we can do this.
Yeah, we can add that.
We'll add.
So through the NJDA, there is a webpage for this one, and that's where you find what get popped on that list. Thanks.
And also where this newsletter.
Newsletter area.
Yeah.
And the communications committee, is there anything you need to ask from the rest of the board to support the work you can do? Sorry.
In the template, I just want to ask one question. In the template, that put together, there's a section that would have announcements of everything that we're hearing about. So what is the best way for us to collect that information in between meetings? That's what I basically do, because I'm on a lot of listservs, so I'm calling other people's newsletters, and I'm just kind of reblasting things that I'm reading about on other newsletters, what shares are made with folks that have farm tours or workshops or webinars, you know, that they think that the people that come to this meeting, informed by, we could, and then list that stuff in our newsletter as well. And I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to do that. We don't really have an address for people to send us updates and information, us directly, so that we can put stuff in the newsletter. I can report on our business, but if there are things out there that are going on.
I do have an email address, so, you know, one thing just as a thing to throw out there is that I would hate to see our board be duplicating efforts that are already doing elsewhere. So I'm guessing you guys have already talked about that.
Yes.
So if you wouldn't mind just saying like what exactly we would want to be.
We would want to give updates basically for people who are attending or not attending our meetings to know what the board is doing. So if you put super broad, we're not writing articles about anything that's happening in New Jersey. More less of a wrap up of board business.
And then a preview.
And then a preview of the next meeting.
For example, webinars for farmers, that's not something we would want to share with, you know, show up at this meeting.
Not through the newsletter.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be my guess, but because I'm not sure how, like, we're putting them out 4 times a year.
Yeah, and also then we run the risk of missing somebody's event.
Yeah, and from my perspective, it just seems like no focus on it.
For the events
Some
and stuff.
weekly updates for events.
Yeah, I think it's a reflection of our meetings and then a preview of what's upcoming. Again, this is the idea we had instead of an Instagram account, where I think we require a lot more frequent usage. But if there's anything that anybody wants to contribute to that or has an idea, you know, we also are happy to hear.
And then the reason why we weren't immediately drawn to social media, even though we know it has a large reach, we know also that email is real and they're real people and we're connecting directly, and this is, you know, let's have that exist, and then we don't have to always keep up this social media that we might not have a large traction to automatically right up front. So we've got the emails, let's keep that rolling and build that. That's what we thought is the next step.
Yeah.
Janine wants to say something. I think.
I mean,
Yeah,
it can be hard it can be very time consuming to write newsletters, even, that's why we hardly ever send them. But I think if you're just like keeping notes in a Google Doc and you can just like always circulate just circulate the link to the Google Doc after every meeting or before the next meeting. Anyway, it's just a time saver, I think. But anyway, that's just my 2 cents. People don't always have time to like read a long email, but if it's just like, oh, if you want to, here's a reminder, if you want to keep up to date on what we're doing and what's coming up, just like add this to your Google Drive and check in, you know.
We're definitely going towards a well-written email versus, you know, some other type of.
And is the communications committee looking to like get this e-newsletter out between this meeting and the next one? Are you wanting to say like when or?
We had largely, so the meetings for this board are 4 times a year, and so it's right. It's January, April, September, November. So we were, I believe, thinking maybe like the March.
4 to 6 weeks prior to the meeting. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Timeline
Yeah.
before. So we're open to comments, yeah.
Well, I would like to make a motion that the board, like empower the communications committee to be able to go ahead, publish that, send it on the schedule that they want to without needing a prior meeting from the full board.
And that if it's really just, well constructed email, then that's not something I know that we necessarily need to delay. Right, we want to essentially publish it on the page, that's our website anyway, widely.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just trying to make it so you guys don't need to pull together a full meeting, Sunshine Act, like all that stuff in order to forward the information, just say like, you got it. Second that.
So.
And all, is there any further discussion on that motion?
How are we, Jess? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, cool. Sorry, there's a delay in feedback here. How are we going to communicate between the various committees as we establish them to ensure we have all the information we need? I appreciate we want expediency and the ability to get this thing out, but if there is information, how does this committee solicit that from the other committees?
To recommend that the communications committee could send out a Google Doc link, gather intel, and then I'm not against putting it in a nice format. You have a nice template. I think we could, whatever's easiest, and then we could move forward with the information. So just through that Google Doc and email, we'll get it rolling. We'll email you.
So some of the background for audience members who are like, what are you talking about? Is that we're not allowed to gather and talk together about anything to do with this board if it's more than like two.
We gotta follow the law
at a time because of like sunshine rules. So I'm just trying to, what we're trying to do is have a way to be able to get some stuff done amongst board members without running afoul of.
You can't have a quorum.
We can't have a quorum, yes, we can't have too many of us talking. So Jared, more directly, it is still okay for a appointed lead of a committee to reach out to any individual person on the board to gather information, and that is how we can always still do
And I
things.
think we gather information even on a group chain. We just start making decisions through that email, right? We're adding information.
Yes, any
Cool,
discussion.
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good question. For asking for the clarification. Is there any further discussion on that motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Go for it. Is there anything else from the communications committees? All right, we're getting into survey committee. Would you like to take?
Hi. So I am also on the survey committee, so I'll do that for that as well. One of the first, I would say, actions of this board undertook as we were recently established is to conduct a needs assessment survey. Many of you here with us probably took it or heard us talking about it in order to solicit information from growers, farm employees, technical service providers in New Jersey who are practicing or want to practice or are organically curious about what the specific needs are amongst this community. So that this board can take upon, kind of like our role would be to serve as your voice and act upon the priorities that we find reflected from the farming community, the organic growers in the farming community in New Jersey. So over the course of 6 weeks, we conducted a survey. I put over 150 just in marketing speak. I think there were about 200 actual people took the survey, and then a portion of that, around 150, completed every single question front to back. So it's a really great response rate. We have Meredith Melendez from the Rutgers Ag Extension Office. I hope I'm saying that correctly, in Mercer County, who has been working with us in order to make sure that our survey is IRB certified. It means that it passes all of the academic and rigorous tests for the validity of the results. And then we've presented some slides, and we have some really great information and Meredith to talk to you about our findings and kind of preliminary findings of the survey results and what everyone is thinking and saying about their needs are. And then also really interestingly, who is the organic and regenerative farmer of New Jersey, kind of that demographic profile. How old are they? What do they look like? Where are they located? And so this Meredith is here If you want to add anything.
What we're really looking to get from this survey is to be able to communicate to the Board of Ag what the most important things are. And we're not done with the analysis.
No,
But we've got some really great insights.
that's really great insights. I think it was a really well done survey for our first time doing this. And thank you for everybody who took the survey. We appreciate your voice being heard and a part of this.
Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna move so you guys that are here. Right there,
Great.
somewhere.
All right, you ready for me? You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Okay, good. There is a delay, like Jared said. It's a little, it's weird. Anyway. All right. So yeah, so I've been spending basically about the past week really taking a look at the survey to prepare for this presentation today. So I've kind of been maybe even dreaming about this survey. And so thank you to everyone who completed this survey. It was long. There were a lot of questions, but I was really impressed by not just the number of people that responded to the survey, but the number of people that went through the whole thing. I think people really, you would probably agree, right? They really wanted to be heard and have their voice heard about, you know, these issues that were brought up in the survey. And we're also fortunate. We have a grad student who's going to be helping with the statistical analysis of the survey as we go in to do a more rigorous look at various aspects of this survey. More presentations will be made for sure. And then we expect to do some publications with this as well, because there's a lot of really great info here. And so, yeah, we had 231 responses. The bulk of what we're going to talk about today focuses on farm owners, which we had 104 responses from people that indicated that they were farm owners. If you remember, this survey was open from January 1 till February 28th. So it was just that 2-month window of time to get responses. And as a reminder, right, so we asked people at the beginning of the survey to identify their role. So in addition to farm owners, prospective farmers could take this survey, farm employees could take the survey, and ag professionals. So we'll have more reports coming out with that. There are a number of questions in the survey that we're not going to cover today since we're doing this initial look. And that includes health insurance, specific service provider impacts, so specific agencies and organizations, specific types of assistance, so financial, marketing, technical, business, etc. And then there were some questions too about soil health, climate adaptations, emerging technologies, as well as some open-ended questions, which are really fun to try to figure out themes with when there's over 200 responses. So yeah, this gives us a lot that we can continue to talk about for probably years at these meetings. So we have this this initial look at who took the survey in terms of the farm size. So we've got acreage based on the size of the circle here. And then certifications. So if the respondent indicated that they were USDA certified organic, if they had another certification that wasn't listed, if they had no certifications, or if they were using organic practices but not certified organic. And so those are indicated by the colors, the different colors that you see there. It is important to note that this map is based on everyone who took this survey that indicated a zip code. So this is not representative of just farm owners. But 87% of the responses where a zip code was given, they were farm owners. So the majority of responses here were farm owners. I'm sorry, farm owners and employees. So yeah, it's interesting to see where the clusters are with farms. Definitely clustered in western and central New Jersey and scattered throughout more that western part of the state versus the eastern part of the state. And in taking a look at the violet colored dots there with that USDA certified organic, pretty well distributed throughout the state, and a real variety in terms of farm size based on the acreage amount that was indicated. We next took a little bit of a deeper dive into numbers for the type of certification that was indicated. So we're here with farm owners. For the rest of the slides will only be representative of people that indicated that they were farm owners. So we had 103 answers to or responses to this question. And you can see, right, we had 45 responses from farms that were using organic practices but not certified, and 41 where farms indicated that they were certified USDA organic. Couple of, or a handful or more than a handful of real organic project certifications, one naturally grown, 19 responses where there's no certifications. So it was marked as none. And then the other was for other types of certifications that we didn't have on the list. We did have a pretty healthy list of certification types that you could have. A couple of the responses in that other box indicated that they were selling less than $5,000 worth of product, and so they didn't need to certify. Other certifications were the certified wildlife habitat. And some people just indicated they were in the process of getting certifications, but didn't quite have it yet. And so they weren't sure what to mark off and put other. We asked the question of what are the barriers to USDA organic certification? So we had 102 responses for this, both certified organic and non-certified organic operations could respond to this question. So we see some variations. Well, that's why we've got that 102 number. And so complexity of the process was what we saw the most responses for, followed by the costs of certification, then lack of time or resources to get certification. Which we need to take a closer look at the typed in responses for other, and that was followed by insufficient market demand. Where it also indicated, 12 indicated none already certified or currently transitioning, and 8 indicated no perceived barriers. We were also interested in the age groups of the respondents. So for farm owners, we had 89 participants that indicated their age. Interestingly enough, right, for farm owners, we had no one under the age of 18 and no one between the ages of 18 and 24. And then pretty distributed across the other age groups that we allowed for responses. I had a conversation with a farmer last night who was concerned about the fact that we did this as a digital only survey, and that might have prohibited people in that 65 and older age category from responding. And so, maybe we could have conversations about that. I feel like that's the way we've gone with surveys in general. So maybe we're just missing a lot of people that way. But when I looked at this, I was like, oh, I don't feel so bad because we had 17 responses in that category. So yeah, I thought this was nice to see that we got responses across most of the age categories. We were next interested in looking at the farms that responded to the survey. What are they producing? Is that my feedback that I'm getting, maybe? Okay, so we had 103 responses to this. Our vegetables took the cake here, right? With 77 of the respondents were growing vegetables. And then next up came small fruit with 48 responses, followed by tree fruit with 36. Then nursery stock and plant sales at 25, and then livestock with layers at 24, then small ruminants, Then I think what we have grain and forage. For this question, we had a total of 351 answers for the 103 farms. So that averaged out at 3.4 types of products that each of these respondent farms would be producing. And so if we have time, it might be interesting to just look at how that shakes out with individual responses to see, you know, just what are individual operations, where did they tick off all of these. For that other category, we had Christmas trees, pork, maple syrup, bees, honey, medicinal herbs, and tree nuts. So a few more things on there than what we actually had in the survey. As a follow-up to that question, we asked the farms for their to indicate their top 4 money makers for them. And so here we had 69 indicated vegetable production is number 1, followed by value-added products, then fruit production, and then floriculture and agritourism coming in similarly, and then followed by eggs and other. For this question, other included lumber, herbs, compost, on-farm baking, cider and wine, seeds, honey, weddings, firewood. So yeah, a lot of variety in what's being produced by the farms that are responding. We also asked participants to indicate the number of full-time equivalent employees. So we had 95 responses to this question. And so it was interesting, right? We see that 51 of the responses, there aren't employees at the farm, just, farms that are being run by family members, followed by 27 responses to farms that had that 1 to 5 employee range. And so right over, think about the percentages and the sizes of farms that we're talking about here based on employees. We've got respondents were really in that smaller farm category. The next question we looked at was the sales revenue by farm. So we had 94 farms that indicated that total value of their agricultural output and government payments, with the bulk of the responses falling between that 10,000 and 49,999 dollars. And so when we look at this, we've got over 50% of the farms responding are earning less than $50,000 annually, right? So we've got lower revenue operations, whereas we have farms that are earning over 250,000, representing about 16% of the responses here. And so, thinking about the income that these farms are generating, their ability to be full-time jobs for the people that are running them, as well as the ability to hire employees plays a role. Next, we look at the average profitability range over the past 3 years. So, so the farm's income after expenses, and we had 96 responses to this. So close to half of the farms here were making $5,000 or less in profit annually. And so, and then we have, about 17% of the farms reporting a loss or that less than 0. Yeah, and then comparing, there's that sharp drop off of farm count as the profit levels increase past that $40,000. So we just straight up asked participants to indicate, does profitability of farm meet their needs? So we had 93 responses to this question, and so we had 81% responding negatively and no, and 19% indicating yes. We did have some feedback saying for some new farms, they're newer, this was a harder question for them to answer to gauge or to assess their profitability meeting their needs. Also in the comment section here, right, people have concerns about their ability to save for retirement in the future. And many responses indicated that all of the profits are going right back into the business. And so when we compare this with the profits that were indicated earlier, right? So that 46% make less than 5,000 a year, 17 had zero profit, and 20%, about 20% make more than 40,000. So that lines up with that. We then asked if they are relying on off-farm income, and so we had 94 responses here. With 69% of the farm owners saying yes, they're relying on that off-farm income, and 31% no. And so this would be an interesting avenue to look at a lot of the other answers in the survey in the future, as to who's relying on off-farm income, who are they, what are they producing, you know, how else were they answering questions, and were there trends there compared to those that were not. So next we took a look at the challenges that were indicated as impacting agricultural success for the farm. And so this chart shows all farm owners' responses to it. And so we had 104. And so this was, you would indicate what's impacting your success, and then you would do a ranking of 0 to 5. And so we've got an average mean that you're seeing here. And so number one overall was equipment is hard to afford. Second was ag land is expensive in New Jersey, followed by extreme weather, followed by other, which included comments that's focused on work-life balance, local food promotion in certain areas of the state being lacking, the farm's distance to farmers markets to be able to make that market, conflicts with municipalities, a need to be more connected to the community. They're feeling farming as isolating, cost of infrastructure, deer pressure, cost of living. So other really captured a lot of thoughts that people had. After other, right, we have labor quality, followed by there aren't enough educational resources for farmers, followed by labor availability, followed by there aren't enough financial resources for farmers, followed by there's not enough technical assistance. And then lastly in this top 10 was farmer needs more business training. So when we compare how beginning farmers answered this versus the non-beginning farmers, so beginning farmers were self-identified by answering a question at the end of the survey where we used the USDA definition of farming for less than 10 years. Are you guys still seeing my images, or was that just one person? Yeah. You're still good? Okay, great. And so if they didn't self-identify as a beginning farmer, they got lumped into that non-beginning farmer category. So beginning farmers, we had 38 farm owners that identified as beginning and 66 that did not. And so for this, it was interesting because there was some similarities here as well as some differences in the responses. One thing to note too is that in the ranking of those challenges impacting their success, beginning farmers seem to be ranking things as 4s and 5s more so than those non-beginning farmers. And so the number one issue here for both categories of farmers, right, is that equipment is hard to afford. They were in agreement with that. The second issue for beginning farmers was the same as the third. So, there are not enough financial resources for farmers. No, oops, sorry. Number 2 for that is, what is that?
If I can interrupt for a moment, there have been 2
Yes.
people who said they can't see the presentation, but some have said they can remotely. And I would just like to encourage anybody who cannot see the presentation to try to check their viewing settings on Teams.
Because it seems most likely to me that's what's going on for them. Sorry for the interruption. Please continue,
That's okay.
Meredith.
Yeah, so number 2 for beginning farmers was that ag land is expensive in New Jersey. Number 2 for non-beginning farmers was other. Is that what that was? It was other. But number 3 for non-beginning farmers with that ag land is expensive. So it was nice to see, I don't know if it's nice to see, but it was noted that there were similarities in the things that were most seen as challenges for both groups. Oh, Renata was able to refresh her screen and able to see it
There we
again.
go.
Thanks, Renata. Yeah, great. But also, right, important to note, right, for it's interesting, right, the financial resource aspect for beginning farmers, extreme weather, needing more business training for beginning farmers, whereas non-beginning farmers, that labor quality and then the rules and regulations are more complex. It'd be interesting to take a deeper look into that and see what's going on there. I was also asked to look at challenges impacting success for farm owners who self-identified as socially disadvantaged. And so what we see here is that when we compare this with the total answers that were provided, 3 of the top 5 issues were the same for this group as well as the group as a whole, and 6 out of the 10 were the same for this group as the whole. And right, so we had 20 responses for this. But I think that this information would be really informative for future programming and funding, and something that I'm sure we'll take a deeper look at. We also ask the participants to identify organizational support that they needed. And so what came in tops here was farmer cooperatives buying or selling of their products, followed by partnerships with schools and institutions, and consumer education and outreach, which is interesting, right? Those are all, I see those as all market related responses as priorities. And then those 3 things were followed by advocacy and policy support, and volunteering and interns. Yeah, the market, right? We're still talking, markets are still really important, right? It's the first thing you should be thinking about when you start a business. So I think that makes sense. We also asked about the top 5 service types utilized by farm owners. And so number 1 that was indicated by farm owners, right, is those peer networks, followed up by in-person workshops and trainings, which I see, right, those 2 things stand out to me as community, right, where you're as a community, you're learning from each other, learning together. So that as an educator, that speaks to me. That's followed by federal government programs, which is, right, we've been talking a lot about that today, so that makes sense. Followed by online resources and databases, and then also conferences and trade shows. Uh-oh. No, I'm not advancing.
See it as being your last slide, Meredith.
Is it my last slide? Oh, it is. That's why it's not advancing. I can do math. So I paid 0 attention to the chat. I know you're running short on time. I think, yeah, I'll leave it up to the board as how you want to handle questions. I think most of the questions would probably require going back into the responses.
So I think a lot of the chat questions had to do with whether there would be another opportunity to see this. So Meredith, I think one of the questions might simply be, do you feel like these preliminary slides would be ready to share far and wide, or should we precaution people that we need more time to more thoroughly analyze data and make sure we're presenting what is the final take before we share this far and wide. So I'll let you.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd be interested to see the questions from this because that might inform what we're able to put forward. But yeah, I mean, this has been publicly presented, so
He said they're public. So if anybody would like to see the 17 slides, then drop your email in the
Sign up on the email sheet.
Yep.
And we're trying to get them on our.
So
yeah, and then I can share them with you in a shareable format.
It's super interesting.
Sounds good.
It's so.
So I would love to like open it up for participant conversation, to see like what this audience is more interested in us. What kind of questions you want us to try to answer with this data?
It's an interesting state because it seems like we have so much, it's such a giant market, but it's incredibly difficult to make money. It's a little bleak. So that's my primary concern.
So what we're hearing is from a participant here in person is that it's interesting that we have so much of a broad marketplace in the state that it's difficult to make money. And, one of the things related to that I would wonder if it would be of interest to our community is if we want to try, this is an anonymous survey, but it doesn't mean we can't try to sort of create a profile of the organic regenerative farmer that is satisfied with their profitability, or that is, one of the higher income producers of the survey takers to see, like, is there a profile?
Formula.
Is there a formula that's working? Is that something that people are interested in? Granted, there's nods in the room.
Okay, great.
And one thing that I think is important to point out with the data, especially when it comes to how much money folks are making, it's like kind of did the rough math there. A third of the people that answered this are classified as beginner or new farmers, which is a huge contributor of that. Because I can answer like being a beginner farmer myself, like when asked like for my average income, like obviously the first year I made nothing, really changes the math of it. So I do think that has a huge component of it.
Yeah, or we could check with that and see if it does that, if it is a huge component.
Right.
Yeah. It's just, is that part of the profile here?
Any other thoughts, questions, concerns, emotional outbursts?
Yeah, can I say something? This is Jared, by the way. It's still a delay, so I have no idea if you guys can hear this.
I think you're good.
All right, awesome. Yeah, so I was a big proponent while the survey was being made for asking about profitability, and I think some of the questions we had asked ourselves was how easily people were going to be able to answer that question based on a definition of profitability. And I know we had some clarification in there, but as I'm looking at some of this data right now, it's kind of crazy to suggest that such a small portion of farms are making even close to $1 million, but there's 10 respondents who are making $80,000 in profit, which to me suggests that some people are just not calculating profitability maybe consistently across the board. So it's probably something we need to dive into a little more, especially as we look at how many of these farms subsist off of off-farm income. And then also just understanding like where in this are people saying, oh, that's profit? Is it, before they're taking their own owner's take? Are they paying themselves? Are they not paying themselves? Is profit, like how is this all calculated? And I think that'll be kind of difficult to do, but perhaps another round of interviews that are qualitative, where we actually do in-person interviews with some of these farmers, either on the tail ends of our bell curve or, you know, throughout the bell curve, to try to understand some of these cases would be, I think, very interesting and enlightening.
Won't be able to really do that because it was anonymous.
Can we solicit names out of this and just reach back out to everybody and say, hey, if you'd like to participate in a second round, if you participated in this in an interview, you don't have to identify which one you are, but we're going to get into some information with you.
We could definitely outreach for that.
Yeah,
But we don't have to.
We don't have to write direct contact info, but we did also have a sign up for our email list at the end of this. So we do have some contact information, and we can reach back out with more questions.
Yeah.
One thing that that's important. The IRB process that was approved was for the survey. But if you did it right in person to person, not starting over, just bending your
One thing I wanted to say, Jared, to address your concerns that people might not have been correctly reporting profitability, I believe we defined it in that question because we had the concern that people would not know what we were asking. So I think we did provide a definition.
Yeah, we did define that.
Right. I'm not worried that people, how do I say? I agree that we were worried about it. I agree that we defined it, and I agree that our respondents wanted to answer correctly. And I'm consistently worried that just because you've given someone instructions does not mean they will give you the thing you have asked for. Which is to say, like, math is hard, business is hard, and managing all of this is really hard. So I am continually concerned about it, and some of these responses, as they lie, suggest to me that it was simply not done correctly. But I hope I'm wrong. I just want to dive into it a little more.
We had it hand up in our audience. Yes,
Yeah, I
please.
was just curious, the off-farm income category would be interesting to hear if that's farm adjacent income. So equipment repair, landscaping, carpentry, some of these trades that feed into the farm themselves.
Yeah, so the audience comment was that it would be interesting to hear if the off-farm incomes were in some way related to farming, like equipment repairs, snow plowing, things like that. That is not a question we asked.
Private residential growing. Like the last word, yeah.
Yeah, trucking.
Yeah, so we did not ask about that in this survey. And you know, we don't really have a way to go back and ask about it. Meredith's like,
Did you hear me laughing?
but I think we could probably suspect that some of them are, and nursing just seems like every. One of the things that we don't have that Meredith mentioned this, that it's the, it's our ranked request for help. Like that was a big part of the survey, and that is something we haven't dug into yet. Those are somewhat more complicated questions to tease the data out of, and they're just not ready yet.
Next steps for survey committee are to.
So then, what
I think that next steps are to refine this. We'll get this published publicly so that everybody can have it. And then there are a number of more questions that also
our current analysis. And part of what we're doing also is trying to prioritize what to analyze. There's, like I said, there's a lot of information in there. And so what we really want to spend our time doing, the deep dives into is one thing that we're working on right now.
And I would say, like, encourage survey committee to ask the full board now, because if there's not another opportunity until September.
Okay.
Oh, we can always ask for a meeting to do stuff like this, but if we want a budget set aside for either analysis, printing, distribution, meetings to present this information, it could be a time to ask for that, or to just put the bug in the air of the survey committee that we would probably want to put that together and have our board aware that there will be some kind of flash meeting to discuss that. Oh, don't sit down.
Don't forget.
Catch, good catch.
It's breaking.
You can't see it.
Yes, so if that makes sense to that a different meeting.
Yeah, but yes, we should look at that. We welcome our next meeting. We another survey result in flashing survey.
So it'll be continued.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so much.
So much. This is just scratching the surface kind of what we, wanted to tell everybody at our things.
Maybe share a timeline that is under discussion for further analysis.
It doesn't actually take long, but, to do some of the analysis, some of it's done and not here, and in the process of doing, but maybe Jess has an answer or Meredith.
Yeah, Meredith, would it be appropriate to talk about, like how interested Colleen is in doing those deep dives right now? Or could you say what you find is appropriate to say about that?
Sure, yeah. So there might be a possibility that this grad student does an internship where this is the focus of their internship. So they would have a considerable amount of time to be able to focus on this. It would be more of like, get our acts together, the board's acts together to define the profiles and the deeper dive questions that you'd want to take. And then, yeah, we just need to talk about like, where would you want to see this published in terms of to the, public facing. Certainly we have interests of getting, peer reviewed journal publications about this as well. So yeah, a lot of decisions. But I've deemed the rest of the year my year of writing, so that works with this too.
Yeah, and my personal wish for the survey results and the publication for the survey is to be able to one, present it to the NJDA, to Secretary Wang, to have it be a guiding principle in interacting with this group of farmers, and to also present it to the legislature. And is Callie still here? Legislature. So that is, yes, Callie will know where this goes to have the most impact. And that's really what to be able to do. Did you say you're okay with that, or you heard that, or are we surprised you just now?
No, I'm absolutely conducive.
Okay.
And just a note, if we remember one of our objectives, I think, in our bylaws and by how we were created was we're supposed to report to the Board of Ag, and let's do that through, report kind of thing. This is definitely serving up the state of organic and regenerative agriculture in New Jersey for being worthy of that.
So we're at 6 o'clock. Okay. Is it, I know you thinking more for it. Can we push through the rest of our stuff?
Yeah, I think so. So just that everything needs to be done by 7 here. Other than that, yes, I don't think there's much more business. Is there?
There is a bit more.
All right, there's
Yes. So, and this will be quick. Is there anything else the audience would like to say about survey, or what you want us to do with its data? Thank you. Don't want to communicate later. So the last bit of new business that we want to get through is a bit of a training
Wait,
for
Jess,
our.
Jess, can I just ask you a question? Would that be okay?
Yes, go
It
ahead.
would- Oh, good evening. Thanks a lot. It's nice to see so many of you. I just was wondering, I don't know about your process. And so I don't know if everything has to go through the board, but we may have some extra funding through the New Jersey State Policy Lab. And Garen Bolger is a researcher who is on the call, I believe. And so I think maybe we'd like to talk to Meredith about possibly collaborating if we could augment some of the work. We'd have to talk a little bit more to Meredith and find out more about it. But it may be possible to help do some additional work for you all. So I just wanted to lay that on the table. I don't know if everything has to be voted on by your board, and I'm not sure about the process, but I just thought I'd mention that.
Thank you, Marjorie. It's a committee within the board that's driving a lot of this, and then some decisions would be full board that committee would know. To pull in everybody when necessary, but that sounds like a great opportunity, and I think you're correct that starting that conversation with Meredith Melendez is the right way to go to carry it forward. That's exciting.
We'll do that. Meredith, we'll talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so going into the next portion, this is going to be bottom line by myself, Dave Watts, and Jared Krawitz, who's our board member who's joining us remotely. So we wanted to talk about going to agricultural board meetings for like our community of people going to county board meetings, state board meetings. The reason that this is important is because a lot of decision making happens at those board meetings, or a lot of people are put forward into decision making positions from those board meetings. And if I could ask Meredith Melendez to put up a slide on the screen, and John, if you have to do something in coordination with that.
Good.
This is from a presentation we gave a while ago. So Meredith will advance it to, there we go, to this picture. Which tries, I'm gonna like stand up and point to it for the people who are here. The county boards of agriculture are farmers that go to meetings within their county, often hosted by Rutgers Cooperative Extension. At those meetings, a bunch of farmers will hear reports from, like much like you did in the beginning part of this meeting, from Farm Bureau, from FSA, about what's going on in farming, like what is the hot topics, what's the news. Those farmers then also communicate about what their updates are from their farms. It's a huge so peer networks was one of the big things in that survey, is the most important. It is the peer network that you need. Even if you are a regenerative organic farmer, you are probably underrepresented in those county boards, and you are not getting the connections to other farmers that you need by not going to those. So, that's where I found my first tractor, was a county board meeting. The county boards put forward members to be going to represent those counties at different trade groups throughout the state, through Rutgers Board of Managers, Vegetable Growers Association, the Soil Conservation Districts, the State Agricultural Development Committee, eventually the state board members. That all starts from like the feeder group of county boards. So to have people in our community be able to have positive experiences at those boards, and to have the people in our community be able to have positive experiences at those county board meetings, we would just like to talk a little bit about some tips for going into them successfully, and some talking points to do or to avoid when you're there.
Your order is to be delivered.
Okay, Meredith, you can keep
that up, Meredith. Keep that slide up if you don't mind, just so people can stare at the beautiful graphic. All right, so Dave, Dave's gonna give a quick synopsis of a difficult board meeting of recent times.
Yeah, so one of the things that we often forget about as organic growers, because we're such a tight knit community, is there other people outside of the community that are not necessarily pro-organic or not necessarily maybe friendly right off the bat. And in going to one of the county board of ag meetings in my area, upon sharing what the board is, some of our mission statements, I was not very well received. And it turned into a very minor, turned into an ordeal about it. Which was interesting because then the next time I went to a different board of ag meeting right next door, said the same words. They're like, oh my gosh, we love you. Can you please come back next month? So all that to say, there are some of these county boards that are not necessarily easy to talk to when you're going to them. And the best way to kind of figure that out is one, to talk to people that go to those meetings, like a farmer in each county. And we do have some talking point here. Do you have that up as well?
I do, yeah.
That summarized everything well enough to you, Jess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
You want to go, you can talk.
So, where I would like to start with it is just saying that there's a working document of talking points that our board should look at for when we go to state board meetings. So some tips and talking points. Somebody's leaning on the light switch. Maybe. Belinda's I'm just gonna keep going. But so when you go to these meetings, try to arrive a little bit early. So get there a little bit early so you can start talking to people as like human to human, farmer to farmer. So introduce yourself and then ask them questions about what they do and just like show some base friendliness, basically.
Yeah, because it's very important that they know that you're also a farmer or someone who supports them. Because if you don't say that up front, you're just going to assume you're not in some cases.
But do you want to go through one of the next points, please?
Yeah, absolutely. You start nothing.
Actually, I'm going for tips for speaking with unfamiliar crowd that might not have that may have had a negative experience with organic farming. So while you get there, I'm going to see the next thing.
It's at a different point than you.
It's like, oh my God. So, okay, so do not get subjective in what you have to say about different farming practices. So this is the tip. You can do what you want, obviously, but I'm going to let you know that if you go into any meeting and say what I'm doing is better than what you are doing, you're gonna piss people off, and they're not gonna be your friend, and they're not gonna help you find a tractor, and you're going to miss an opportunity to probably learn something from somebody who's an agricultural professional who in many cases has been doing this longer than you're doing. So try to avoid subjective valuations. If you have objective facts that you would like to present, dear God, go ahead and present those objective facts. But
Yeah, those objective facts are something that should definitely be filtered through in your head before you say them out loud. Because in my experience, when I actually went with material and said the numbers, even that was refuted. But you all know that kind of even scientific facts can be refuted nowadays.
Jared, do you want to go to the next thing, or should we, since we're in person, would it be easier if we keep just going for it? Jared Roberts.
You guys are on such a roll. I don't want to interrupt.
This is a tip from Devin Portia from Nova, New Jersey, who has been showing up and showing up and showing up at county board meetings. And in continuing to build relationships with conventional farmers across that organic conventional bridge that is sometimes there. And what he wanted people to remember is that in many cases, these farmers at county board meetings have been showing up and showing up and showing up for decades, and have donated countless hours of their time and expertise to the agricultural volunteer institutions in New Jersey that are the decision-making bodies. So that's just something to keep in mind, that we're talking about long-term relationships and longevity. So it's just not necessarily the case that anybody will think that you're gonna stick around unless you do stick around. I filtered that. Devin wrote it a little harsher.
Yeah, another thing to consider is, we're not making value judgments about business or farming practices. Our goal is to support all farmers, trying to find some of those connective points. Like all farmers care about the weather, so on and so forth, without like getting into nitty-gritty about, let's say, what kind of spray on an operation.
And then one thing that Jared added was, if you are going to be talking about organic farming and certified organic farming, make sure you really know the National Organic Rule and like what you are saying. So like, do not represent it without being comfortable in your own basis and knowledge within it.
For receipts.
I
mean, receipts, like, I got receipts, like, you have to know what.
There's people that might misinterpret saying that organic farms don't spray. So like, if you are going to have an answer to that, make sure you know the real answer to that. Like, organic farmers can spray. Organic farmers can spray if they've satisfied all the other cultural requirements of making the crop healthy before that. And the spray has to be listed. Like, you just do not say stuff unless you know what you're saying. So the point of this is the point of what we're saying here is to try to make it so that organic regenerative farmers are going to go to county board meetings. We show up respectfully. We show up, I'm not asking anybody to not stick to their guns here, but like, make sure those guns are working. Make sure you're saying the truth. Your truth guns. Make sure the guns are
Make sure you know what you're talking about.
We have to build political capital as a community within these institutions. I think that's what you want.
That's totally what I'm going to say, and then I was horrified by myself.
I know also that, I think she's still there, Janine Kava, maybe, Food Democracy Collaborative also did some, they're asking if they can have a slide, which I see is a little outdated, because they're both back on there, but, about the governance structure of, all of these, and so, just to clarify, these are PATVs, right?
No,
Right?
no,
So
this
there's
is
different things. This
and
is like,
we're asking
and
that
how
because
does
that
that
comes out a lot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn this question over to the farm bureau in a second. So the county board of ags are not the
County Ag Development Board.
It's not the same thing. So the county board of ags are typically nonprofit organizations of a bunch of farmers that get together once a month, except in the summer months because we're farming. The Farm Bureau does maintain an active list or an updated list of all the locations and times of the county boards. So Nikki was saying that people could email info at NJFB.
I'm asking about that list. I could have it sent to you, maybe.
Okay.
And then, but I would always try to call the president of the county board first, because like Jess said, sometimes there is not a meeting, or it's moved to a farm that month, or the times change because winter versus summer versus fall. It all kind of depends, but most counties are pretty consistent in their own schedule, but they're not all the same. So which months they don't meet.
And once you go to a first one, you can get your email address to whoever the board secretary is, and then you can be notified of all the forthcoming meetings and the schedule or place changes that would happen afterwards.
Jesse, on Nova New Jersey's webpage, we have a listing of all the county boards by county.
Awesome, Callie. So that Nova New Jersey, NovaNJ.org, I think is the web address. Yeah. So finding, but like Nikki said, just
call and check. first to
If
make
you
sure
call
it's
the president and say, hey, I'm this kind of farmer and I'd like to come and see what you're all about, it might also help open that door of, I'm not a threat. I
Right.
just want to hear you and be a part of your, I'm interested.
Yeah.
Go as a pair, bring a friend, like find somebody to show up.
All the counties have one.
Almost all counties have one. There's like one of the tiny ones in the north that I think doesn't.
Probably
Hey, just because we're up north doesn't mean we're not big and mighty.
Ethics and union, I think sometimes meet together maybe.
Right.
Yeah, and then if it does not, they're the only.
I just want
So what's our saying?
again to extend our reach, and at times they get together with Hudson County. And that kind of thing, but I was very impressed, as to their diligence and, again, they need support, they need our support. Thank you so much.
Is there anybody online or in person that wants to add anything or ask anything?
Oh, got a hand up. Janine.
Hi, I'm so glad you're talking about this, and I'm envisioning like a PSA video recording that like maybe you all like write a script for and find a willing farmer to like record a PSA of like the tips you just described and like how it works. And I know I saw when you and Callie and Jen LaMonica presented this at, I think it was a NOFA conference a couple years ago. And I just wanted to point out that when we did the focus group interviews or focus group data collection for the baseline assessment of socially disadvantaged producers for NJDA last year, this was something, and you can dig that up, and there's a whole section on this. Like one of the questions we asked, well, actually, I think it came up organically the first time, so then we kept asking it at every subsequent focus group meeting around like how many people are like participating in their county boards of ag or have attempted to, or have you ever heard of them? And we collected a lot of stories about people who have tried to and had a bad experience, or have tried to, and because some of them can sometimes be like very clandestine where you don't, they change locations or they change whatever, and so like they can't find like a consistent person or a consistent way to like keep abreast of when and where they're happening. So I do think that you're right to be honing in on this and to be doing some coaching and mentoring around it, and anything more that can be done, that if I could support that, by helping record information about it or having it on our website or I don't know, I just want to say that I think you're really onto something here, that our data collection did find that this is an area where beginner farmers are really struggling to find their footing and have had some negative experiences. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks for that feedback and support. And Meredith, Belinda, I'm sure you're hearing this, so should update that flow slide.
Yeah. It'd be good to, we could take a look at all of the slides and see what needs to be updated. So I'll follow up on that.
We talked about the federal, unless there's other things on this topic, we talked about the federal freeze impact already. That was Janine's. Janine, I noticed you're still here.
I was thinking that.
And the next new business item is September, November quarterly meetings.
I just wanted to make mention that it seems like we're going the third Tuesday of the month for 4 months of the year. So the next one will be September 16th. The following one will be November 18th. We don't have locations yet. We are charged to travel the state. So if you have a location, we've kind of talked a few, like maybe a Rutgers, Cream Ridge, or maybe Canada down in Bridgeton, or so if you've got locations, please share them or write them on the sign-in list or something like that. Reach out to us. We're interested to make sure that we travel around.
You do want it to be an organic report.
It could be like a library.
Yeah, it needs to have, hybrid connectivity. It is, we were talking maybe a couple a year, and that's why we kind of came here with a little bit of a farm tour afterwards, so like, you know, we wanna, yeah.
Like some arts.
I
We're
don't think
open to ideas,
it
yeah.
would be, I think we should still have one of them at the entrance
Yeah.
to JDA.
Yeah, right.
I think like the November one.
Okay.
You know, I didn't want to throw out the name for
Then,
location.
uh-huh.
As always, kind of pains my South Jersey soul to call it South Jersey. The Rutgers Eco Complex is a really good one.
It's in
You know,
Burlington.
in South Jersey.
Yeah.
Might be a better one for, yeah, depending on where.
For the docs.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Good. All right, so stay tuned. They'll come out via email and then just start to meet. Yeah.
So then we're gonna bust through I wanted to just see though, if Melinda would agree, before we go into board school, build the business. If she'd like to give the.
Yeah, Melinda, would you like to?
Melinda, you wanted a moment to talk to people, didn't you? Or,
I can talk after you're done. I think what you're doing is more important than me talking about.
that's really sweet.
Yeah, it's just going.
Right, so we just have a bunch of old business, not too many, but some old business things to get through. First, our webpage.
One, we have a landing webpage on the New Jersey Department of Ag. Our names are up there, our, Right. our stuff gets posted, our
What is it?
upcoming meetings. The New Jersey Department of Agriculture, if you were to go to the State Board of Ag page and then scroll to the bottom, you can find a link to this organic and regenerative farming board. IDA.org, yeah,
And then slash.
I don't know,
I'll put it in the chat. I'll put it on the chat.
but there is a webpage.
Right, the next thing that was.
I'm gonna send it out to everybody.
Reporting stuff on the state board, I noticed we have a gap next month.
There's one coming up, is that taken, or should I go to the one next week?
You're volunteering.
I don't want this. Great.
Wow, we saw.
So I just wanted to draw attention that I plan to do it on next week, unless somebody else really takes time. Okay, great. And then the last item,
Meeting board member appointment. We haven't heard anything. Yeah, so, Nikki from Farm Bureau also thought of somebody that would be good for it.
great, so that's.
Yeah, so she's gonna talk to them first.
So we have like 4 names, but I just don't hearing. So any future names that you want to be put forward, sure, keep sending them
I
along.
think someone else too, I could ask. It is also just worth letting you know that like for pretty much all of us. Until we heard that we were on the board, I forgot. That was how much time there was.
So since it's the assembly, the last one, I think it's the assembly.
It's one of the-
I think that was like.
Cali.
Yeah. Okay. One, comment, so the letters, right, so the state appropriation for the LFTA or the LFS or the climate money being put into the budget, should this board send a letter to advocating on behalf of their state?
And one thing that the board can do is you can make a motion that I can like consult with the most knowledgeable board members and just send those letters.
Excellent.
But you have to like give me the power to do it.
So I would like to make a motion that let's consult with the powers that be and create a letter and would send that on behalf of the board. Advocating for that seat.
I agree, I just want to, I don't think check with Brian.
Sure. I think it's like.
Right.
So yeah, I'm able.
You can even abstain from this vote. So desires.
Yeah.
What's this motion
There
for?
a second?
Sorry.
Letter
Oh,
on
okay.
behalf of
Second.
continued funds for.
That we can send that letter for all those.
Letter, okay, I'll pass on. Is that it?
And just, our host here is gonna give a, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'd like to adjourn. That's it. Yeah, is there a motion for me to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, we are adjourned.
All right, Aaron.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody online. Thank you, everybody.
Definitely the
Thank
best
you.
time a wine cellar ever had an ag meeting. So my name is Melinda Hopkins. I'm the farm manager here. Thank you so much for coming to the property for this meeting, not just for what everybody's working for the policy, but to hopefully create more collaboration between people that are in this industry. The hotel on the property opened about 5 months ago. It is the only 5-star hotel in New Jersey. We are bringing a tremendous amount of tourism to Somerset County and to this property. And as the farmer and the representative of what we're trying to teach people on the property, it's really important to me to grow the industry here and to give everybody opportunities to represent what they're doing here to an audience that I don't think we would normally reach. So I'm really just trying to create some collaboration, support what I can personally support, have a lot of background in tourism. So the things that I can help you with or kind of be a sounding board for, I'm here for. I left my card on the counter, but the rest of the paperwork. So I wanted to offer you a quick tour of 90 acres, which has an open kitchen. We also have a cooking school. I would love to be able to build opportunities for people that are looking to create product from what they're farming within the cooking school as well. This meeting space and the opportunity today was donated from the corporation. So I'm trying to be incredibly respectful of what they're asking me to do. So we really need to be off property by 7 o'clock. I did not include security or sales or other departments that should be involved with this. So the more we want to use the property, the easier it would be for me to be able to ask for more favors. So the farm is directly behind the wine cellar garden that everybody walked in. You can walk through that gate if you are time sensitive and just would like to see the farm and the property. The animals kind of put themselves to sleep. But the chickens are out there, and we've got some raw sheep, and we have an apiary we just started opening up, and we've got about 5 acres that we're starting to farm on and a full-blown greenhouse. So I'm around, you can walk, you can talk. I really don't want to keep this structured because I know everybody has different. Yes, I'll walk you through the building and then you can go out and do whatever you want.
Cool. All right, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna shut.
Thank you so much.